I've heard nothing myself.
We're finally
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on
Joyous
deck?
occasion.
Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Hey! Oh, Jesus!
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala-Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlie in orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries.
Bailey's latte. Cheers!
But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
What reason is that? Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian.
Oh, it's lovely.
And our ostensible
Hello.
reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Oh. Oh, it's lovely. It's perfect.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
The gingerbread hot chocolate we just bought.
Of course.
I
The
got
immigration
Bailey's.
offices were this way, as I recall.
Well, yeah, it's
Shall
Bailey's
we?
coffee. But it's, salted caramel Bailey's? So good. I'm trying to stay off the wine until Christmas.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city.
Don't you do that to me.
Would you be so kind as to process our entry
Lovely.
applications?
This is how far I got
Certainly.
before we logged off.
I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
It literally took me all afternoon to queue for this goddamn game.
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team,
Goes with my outfit.
but have
black and
returned
gold.
to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
The crystal. I'll show you now.
Very
haven't
good.
seen my Reaper.
I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
It goes with my lunchbox. Ah.
Ishtola rule.
Jim, I think Chrissy needs something like that for working.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
What is that for? Christmas Eve now.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
It's very pretty. The music. The
Now,
music is very different.
Who do we have here?
You're there? No, you don't.
Alphino Leveilleur.
Is she?
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
You can also state its color.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
We shall keep that in mind.
Oh, definitely sank to the bottom.
Sorry, I did put it in last.
No.
The coffee and then
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
The last time I said adventurer by trade. Champion of Eorzea. I don't want to bring attention to myself.
What you don't know is that shit difficult.
An adventurer.
I worry about that.
Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Woo! Strong. No, it's good, it's good. Good.
And you, sir?
That fucking thing.
Did you
Justinian
take an
Barton,
arrow?
formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
It's just like, took an arrow to the knee.
Formerly,
arrow to the
at least.
ass.
And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
What pray tell is your
The Azure Dragoon. He's a nothing now. He's a wanderer.
Yes, I'm a wanderer. Yes, I'm a wanderer.
If you'll allow me.
Yeah, like a trick. Cryo.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single
reminds me
misstep
of the
may
woman
have
from
severe
Winter's
repercussions for your organization.
And yeah.
You, sir, are the weakest link.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
What you looking at?
I'm sorry, just following me. Wasn't
Okay.
you know.
Cryle! It is good to see
It
you.
does seem that way, doesn't it? No. It's on his second one. He had one for lunch. And I'll ask if you're looking Baileys.
stone sober.
I wouldn't say stone sober.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear.
Thank you. That was absolutely lovely.
It's the anti-kill people medicine when they think like this.
Anti-kill people medication. Mm.
There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the
so
place.
Cool, but these are so nice.
Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
The coveted
As
Sharlayan.
your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Right. Let me show you my Reaper. Because George hasn't seen my Reaper yet. There it is. Nice, eh? And look, the scythe is like the one in Bloodborne. There. Oh, you missed it. What? No, because it's level 70. I mean, I can. Look at that. Isn't that cool? They're really, really cool. But I can't, like I said, I can progress further, but I'd have to level all the way up to level 80. So I'm just going to go in as my summoner. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so according... Horse chestnut weapon coffer. The Gaha Grimoire. How it's purple and crystal. Oh wow, it's got butterflies! It's so pretty! Shut up, it's pretty! I want armor to match it, it's so pretty! Oh, shut up! Ooh! I had thought... It is really cool. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned. Yeah, it is pretty much my little book of shadows. And how we might proceed. But this is Lilith and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levelier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin called home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Etherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. I hate the way he speaks. Can we get it right? It doesn't flow smoothly. What of you, Estinian? What? Yeah. My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we can reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Lilith, Charlian awaits. Hello!
Greetings?
I can't see. I should probably move that, but then where do I move it to? If I move it over there, I can't. If I move it to the bottom corner, I can't see my chat. If I'm able to move it there, hang on. Let me have a look here. So we go center left, that might be better. No? I said center left. Ah, never mind. Okay, right, before I go anywhere, I want to... Quite a big city. I'm going to go to the Eastblock Plaza. Can I summon... No, Mount, I can't summon right here. Mounts, I'm going... Is that the Eastblock Plaza? Oh, crystal. Oh, wow, that's a nice crystal. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Now I need to see where all the crystals are and then tune them all. Ethernet access to the Balbesian Annex. Okay, so that's where that is. I need to find the island, because apparently we all get a little island instead of just a flat little apartment. That one's red. I can't summon my red one. That's not fair. Although they've changed the blue. It used to be like a more of a turquoise blue. Carbuncle's now more of a sky blue. Boom. Okay. I'm sorry. Wow, someone got Mahjong Master. I've got so far to go to get the Black Hand for the PS5 version. There it is. Zoom out a little bit so we can see what the place looks like. Basically, it'll show just a little bit more. It'll show. Edelshear is... It looks just like this, although Edelshear is a little bit more rustic and ruiny because Sharlayan abandoned it. It used to be the same sort of city. With the library and everything. So this is where Alpino and Alisay come from. Very nice. Not too shabby. Crossbilling. Journey's End. Is that not all of them? I suppose I got that one over there as well. Okay, last one. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Old Sharlayan. Is there New Sharlayan? After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatir is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Interesting, so I don't actually recall anywhere else in the game where you actually have some sort of partner with you, running with you. Like in the old Final Fantasy games, like in a party. You can leave Grahatir behind by entering a different area, using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatir and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatir accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatir is accompanying you, next to try speaking with Krile. That's so cool! See, now this is new. I've never had this before in Final Fantasy. This is new look. It's like a party member. That's pretty cool. Like old school. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Krile is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Krile at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. That's cool. Entering the glowing area and speak with your quest companion to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Yeah, that's a nice little addition. Come on, let's go! Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdesia, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Okay, so he doesn't have This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. I'm grateful to have Kral's help in reintegrating myself in this place. It's almost as fun seeing it all with new eyes as you are. Oh, there's a male Viera. First time I've seen one. Are there any more blue ones? And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. So their food is bland. How can I put this? This food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so, the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I have ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient. Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the other side of the cafe will take us up to the Eastlight Plaza. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Okay, in all honesty though, I do need to eat something. Just gonna go with boiled egg. Just those sweet EXP. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad we found those. What? They're so pretty. You know, maybe, but they're pretty. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning etherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of alllll etherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. I've already done all that. Make sure there's no blue rings on the horizon. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Speaking of etherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. Sorry, no, it was for the cat. I know, sorry. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Oh, we're not meant to be going there. Okay. if I browse the shelves for a moment, there might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. I want a cryle. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan, I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. There's a gemstone trader here too. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out. For the most part, otherwise I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which was particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the East White Plaza, follow the path north and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. No, what? How did that even open? Very sweet. Okay. This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayan, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Yuva. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the alllll were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver operations and debate policy. Although the stage was since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyoncreft built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. Hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you. Oh, now I can see my thing. Oh no, that's alright. Today's been a day of tidying and decorating and everything for me as well. You carry on. I don't mind. I'll be in the background. Just chilling. Right, we cross the bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I've ever attended the exclusive schools they run in their residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Can't really do anything. Excuse me. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I've brought Lilith and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Tsunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the Student of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika. Oh yes, Eureka! I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasions to visit Sharlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the isle itself vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations, and yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophori fall. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private headquarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. Excuse me. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Right. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleague should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner.
Alchemist? That's a class we never got.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
The Geomancer is a class we haven't got.
In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition. one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful. Dark hempen coat of casting. It's not as pretty as the book. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages I can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nomenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I'll come back for this one. Oh, actually, let me pick it up. I have Kryl's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryl was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it had the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Excuse me. Ooh. Oh, that's better. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. Thank you. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit or Kite. Kite. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So which is which? Oh! Awaiting love for Thavnir. Oh. Okay. I'll need to come do these when I need to. So for Thavnir bound and hitting the books. So let's hit the books first. That's what I was going to do first. I just wanted to have all details. That's 1 second, guys. Kitty cat! I'm sorry, girl. I need to get the TV off. There we go. Kitty's on my lap. That's why I had to. She's down here, right here. Sleeping on, because I'm all alone, like under a blankie. Got the sofa reclined outwards. She's lying there with my feet, keeping my feet warm. So I had to move to get the TV's remote. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm yet to use my new summoning powers. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Nomenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Nomenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Nomenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any city of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Elfino will help me continue my search through the stacks upon open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Oh my god, I've got such a blocked nose all of a sudden. Ugh. Let's start on the left and work our way around, yeah? This is very pretty. Oh my goodness! Look at that! Any bibliophiles here? Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, I went out, we went to town today. And, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just coming down with a bit of a cold. Oh, but it's like all of a sudden, this is itchy too now. The story of the Sharlayan. Read that book. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadine man by the name of Nyunkrep. Nyunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was here, however, that Nyunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nyunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nyunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Getting it. I don't know what to get you. Can you give me some ideas? Okay. Give me an idea of the sort of things you want. 40, okay. I can't get you that for £40. Knees and ankles. New brain.
Give me your brain.
New eyes.
New eye.
New liver.
Just the one eye.
Kidneys. Your lungs are okay.
No, I have chemical burn.
Right, why don't I just swap you in for an android body?
You just paid me not to put yours.
No, it's 16-year-olds now. 17-year-olds now.
17-year-olds?
Yes, 34.
17-year-olds?
Yes.
No.
2 times 17 is 34.
Yeah, but one was 17-year-olds, right? Yeah, but 16 is half and then
I thought we were just going by age. I'm going to go with 2 4-year-olds. For your maturity. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost for the study of the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structure and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed it for themselves, a corner of the abandoned colony, and gave it yet another name, Edelshear. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Edelshear. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in great detail. Granville. I've got an uncle named Granville. Has an uncle named Granville, yes. Leather-bound tone. The voice of a growing city.
He wasn't your uncle.
He was my mom's uncle, so he made me my second uncle. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Ashral era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members. That thing going off. Citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. A so-called democracy. I say so-called. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. So just as a quick detour, I think the Sharlayans don't want to help Eorzea because they're charlatans. Not charlatans. No, but I think they know something about space travel. So they've got this idea that I think they might have like some sort of arc. And then when the shit hits the fan, they're gonna bugger off on it and leave Eorzea to its doom. That's what I think, and I think that's why we go to the moon. I think that's what that ship is on the Endwalker thing. I think they've built an arc because people, the other characters are like, well, they don't understand why they're not worried about the end of the world. Basically, I think anyway. Some think the dome above us is to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root, and there, Star Ocean was born. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. It is the end of the world as we know it. Huh? What do you mean? There are a few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own... Doesn't do me any good though, does it? Why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It's a flat Earth! Flat Earth! Oh my god. Sure, okay. It was the technologists of alllll who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past?
The eternal constellations were arranged differently.
God, can you imagine eternal constipation?
Eternal.
That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the Forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. That was an interesting book, you damn heathens. A time-worn manual, a well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practice. But one night, engrossed in the philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. I do not want to remain 33. I go back to 18. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. I know! A time-worn tome. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of the Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. What the frig are you playing? Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus. Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. I don't know what he's doing in the background. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. What? A synthesizer. Hi. I'm an old lady. Love you. You're making funny noises on a synthesizer. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krile should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quick as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Miqots to serve as labourers. And of course, the massive earthquakes of the final Umbral calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. What? Oh, you finally did it. So it works now. There we go. You happy now?
Now to get this to work on my Cubase.
House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the alllll no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born of the alllll, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which the citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krile has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made a mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the alllll calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics, primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. I think it was a destabilization of magics. Yes. The unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. It's been such a long time since I saw the last bit, so I don't know. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived into the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. I think it was that. Ah, yes. The Amoritines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes were preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say, a bit like Final Fantasy VII. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Nominon's mammoths and ask after any books which may mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as its heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was this fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have had allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder that the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it is time we began studying these research papers. I should actually go see if I've got new hairstyles. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one of two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get our hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflection from the Geron oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that poem was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counsellors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront Master Forkenaut with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. The labour for what feels like an age is Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Lilith? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't scratch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Don't mind that. Look at this red chocobo! Busy as ever, I see. How very charming that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to take the customers. Actually, it's quite a different idea. Before we pay some more, why don't we ask a few questions and engage them in the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about this Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave her behind by entering different areas, blah blah. And yeah, please do. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levalier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've more to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Lilith. Here you are. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telothroi and their unconscionable plans. Goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levalier. My apologies, but I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Faulknot that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Dickon. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Elfino had set sail for Eorzea, but when you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levalier. No matter how discreet Master Faulknot may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being that they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. That's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, our patron appears to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor of Charlian, aren't you? If you will know your face, we should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Oh, shit, tea set, water's edge. I'm gonna take pictures of these. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Macot. Gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask him. I'll explain it. Good luck. The tea is for the chatty group. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telothroi food? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. All their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to pop your ear off. Gisla ordered the omelette, was it? Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What, the Telothroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Let's stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Last oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scraped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, it's the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. See, I think they're building an ark, and I think they're taking specimens with them. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threat, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about it in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in front of the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of their final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, a cup of coffee, I promise. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Oh, he's a reaper already here? Oh wait, no. That might not be a reaper. That might just be an axe. Chip and vendor. Yeah, this could do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
They're shuffling specimens and stuff.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the gleaners. Go on ahead to Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Probably finish my Wondrous Tales as well before. Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the gleaners. It makes sense the gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. And a sudden and significant increase in gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Nomenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning final days. Coupled with what Lilith and Alisay learned at this last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of what particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Well, what should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, you stay close. Follow alllll and try not to fall behind. So no more of these characters just walking away and disappearing into the ether. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. But we really should move along. I wonder how long Elysian... What do you mean? Now we run, try to keep up. I wonder how long it takes for Elysians to grow tall. So they're amongst one of the taller nations, but alllll and alllll are so short. Going to a house, are we? No. Here we are. Through this door and downstairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. We're going to Labyrinthos. Chocobo keep. Why would there be a chocobo keep here? Don't want a chocobo. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Looks like Limsa.
not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those
That
people
reminds me of
gleaners?
garden. Think about the gardens in Final Fantasy VIII.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Crystals. You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Endwalker has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Let me think. The rare seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snowballberry 1060, or are they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corthan carrots for Girabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Tiev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books. And all. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high, damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Any luck, Lilith? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning. For every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more about what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who asked them to do it. If you're game, Lilith, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture these said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Right. Let's catch some marmots. How big is... Ooh. The world. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome your assistance. Oh, kitty cat. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxium marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack gently, of course. Oh, shit. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh. Can't fly. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbush. Oh, it invaded me. First off, I'm not interested. I don't know if I like not having a certain... Oh, I still have to find these things. So I don't understand why I haven't got this anymore. How am I meant to find the ether currents? Get in the bag, goddammit. More prepared for its speed this time. You succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. just really tired. Oh my god. 2010 to 18. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment for a while. Wait, oh god, I'm starting to get tired. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Excuse me. Sorry. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in their isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who have had us working day and night of late, the honourable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption in an easy degree. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock. I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are. Is it the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryle of the students of Valdesian. These other are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sure that I can offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend here? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their killing declaration. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration is what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archive? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let us about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest, where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, it is the trolls you need to watch out for. Did I attune with the ether right? Oh, walking that way. Behold the Archeon. As Nomenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vault carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains the physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Excuse me. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. It's daytime now. Well, greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization of efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make us use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of an inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late, and we were so close to getting the answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. but it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oddest little squirrel, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the auction is open. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. A little seed. Quiet, you're frightening it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Well, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and it cries with a single call. Single it out and shoot it with sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim my quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Green. Search the surroundings for the hornbill. You may use it. Green feathers and distinctive call. Cuckoo. Call. Quack. You've sedated the wrong bird. Looks like a hornbill to me. Large green bird. Large red bird. Ah, that's the other one. There's no other birds anywhere else. So it must be this one. It's the right bird, right? Okay.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
I thought that as well.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Tired. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It's faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. I'm really sad. I kind of want to go and level up my Reaper. Not a bad idea. Oh, that. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this here is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erendil's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. What is that? Oh man, they're so cool. I think I might go level up my Reaper. Carry on as a Reaper. I know where we are. This is Muriel's agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And this is a facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something about the forum's plans and their underlying motivation. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or pass about our useful clues. Welcome back! Oh, I had that before I started playing. I was waiting in the queue for so long. I decorated the house, finished Christmas decorating, had a nice hot bath, had a nice bubble bath as well, it was lovely. And then had my Bailey's coffee. Got into my jammies. Yep. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the field, but I'm afraid the forum has us putting order list a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crops, samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seed we've already thoroughly researched. Fast and strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. One only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particularly locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Ilzabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Hilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God's hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Oh, let's have a look. Let us have a look. Let's zoom in. Like some sort of orange or apple, peach. Yeah. I'd wager an apple. labels on these crates tell the story of the contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. They're planning something big. Those are pretty.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
I know. All the English is, well, is English.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Almost reach who? Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Not Elfino. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Some we can still catch him. Oh, kitty meow. Beautiful cat. Wow, there's level 81 things over here. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, I would make it for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain unaffected. Only Graha and his vanished spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Excuse me? Goodness! I beg your pardon, Madame Mishtola. How dare you? Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companion pop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest's objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Rivet, rivet, rivet. Alpha Toad and Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to pursue the quest. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering to the same as before. I wonder if they can see me as a toad. Oh my god. Rivet, rivet, rivet. Alito turns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Yeah, all the toads.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we should have known Aglino, who specializes in animal procurement, would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorze's request for aid. What duty would warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation at this point. It seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment. See what they'd think of this. Little clothes. Welcome back. I trust you found errand building. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Krile, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. They're up here, weren't they? She's still untranced. Okay, you could play it on a free trial, but I think you've used up your free trial already, haven't you? I don't think it ever will be free either. I mean, not even Final Fantasy XI is free. And that's been going for almost 20 years.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Minfilia?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light.
Yeah, I agree, it is a good thing.
It has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
You know, I don't think anything can be... Yeah, exactly. And I think, basically, you get what you pay for. And if you're not paying, you can't complain. You know what I mean?
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. And another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked. But at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh.
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It's that one guy we spoke to. He wouldn't let us down to the
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Bear with me 1 second. an exclusive tattoo of my face. Ah. Right, no, sorry, I just had a video call from my little one who's meant to be having a sleepover at her grandmom's and is crying she wants to come home because she misses mommy and daddy. Oh well. So, she'll be here soonish. I'm gonna turn the Christmas lights on to pulsate, seeing as the curtain's closed now. Ja, right, let's continue.
The forum will come to order.
Oh.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
I keep getting the same messages being brought up over and over again.
Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yeah, that is really... Well, it's an unfinished one because it's in a painful spot, but it is my face. An 18-year-old face, but yeah, nonetheless. Yeah. Yeah, so she's coming home now. So I'll probably mute in a minute.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Who? That elf or Elysian, he is Elfino and Alice's father. I don't think he's evil, I think they're up to something, and they don't want to be either found out or stopped. And they don't really... I find that the Sharlayans are very much like the ancients that were killed by, or who tried to summon Zodiac from the Shadowbringers, the guys with the masks, whatever they're called. I don't remember what they're called now.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
I'm gonna pause the stream right here so I can see to my little one. She just got home. Sorry, I was muted. So I'm back, and I just needed to put the little one to bed and everything. So we're back here now.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I find it interesting that there are Viera in their council, considering Viera are the first, and not Eorzea. Yeah, that comes up. At least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Imperial Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will... I have one. I'm really feeling... We will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Is she sleeping? Yeah, I ran out of boiled egg. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino. Alissay? It is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! 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 Emilian Flavelier, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you.
I sound like fucking
What? Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortunar are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Lilith, what do you think? Lilith? The Lilith? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Lilith, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, no, never mind. Level your estates that way, straight down those stairs. Come on. I know if you're talking about parties accompanying me. As children, Elfino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, my mother or a servant was always someone nearby keeping watchful eye. And now look at us traveling through different continents, different worlds even. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Fancy.
Welcome home,
my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem solid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortunar is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
What the hell?
I don't know.
The switch is on now. Hang on.
Hopefully they didn't kick you off the fucking console, PlayStation.
No, I don't think so. No, hang on. What's going on?
Which Matthew?
There it is. Panic stations. Why would it prioritize the Switch over the PlayStation?
Oh my god,
Well, I suppose it answers your question.
Which one's gonna fucking kill me?
If I get kicked off, I swear to God, I will not come back.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful.
So what happened was our Switch came on and
since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, he's a sage now.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Enjoyed your time with the Leveliers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfit tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret Forum, strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnia, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Okay, so is going off to Thavnia. Well now, this is rather a lot of stone faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kral of the Students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard. Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've laboured to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedlimad, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzadan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do you have permission to make us use your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Kral truly knows how to pick them. You got my phone? If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blue Reader not present today? Oh, you didn't hear. They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not sure privy to the details. Let's see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your mind. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
What? Oh my god, it's miles away.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Ethereal sickness.
What chance?
Oh my god, it really took him.
Against such an insidious foe.
Again, Urianger, flat on the stomach. Oh my god. Thavnir. Looks pretty enough. Oh, there we go again.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
I give up.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Oh, Lord. This is new. Am I timed? Ether sickness. Oh my god. Where are you, Estinian? There he is. Oh, there I go again. You there? I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveler! I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amri Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Oh, I'm assuming that this is this land's beast tribe. They're like elephant people. Junkmonger, no. Mate, the price is high road robbery and you want to say as much to a Sinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Sinian and use gestures deny that the deal is unfair. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Oh! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Even that's a lot. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Man, this stuff better work, mate. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Praised by the be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to thine and the fine fruits of this land. You were in time, excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnerian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost you? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Elfino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radz Adhan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this has combined to make a trading power of Radz Adhan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, we have naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kraal's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlignad. And it rains. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. No. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Lilith, here is yours. Once we have learned that what we can, we regroup by the Etherite. Off-putting through the mere sight of it may be. Welcome, traveller. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't stop following when there's sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bicolor gemstones you're willing to part with? You now have access to this region's gemstone exchange. Trade bicolor gemstones for a variety of rare and exclusive items. Successfully completing local fates will allow for the safe delivery of goods as the same sort of shared fate system as other land. As I get higher up in level, that I suppose the more I'll have access to. The crate is laden with fruits, but on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Well now, if it isn't a traveller, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine, after a fashion, but no, it had spawned fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. Alll. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like alllll. I don't envy his position, better to be alone with my little operation. I've come to realize. You're a traveller by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay alllll a visit? He'll be glad for tidings from your door. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbour guild building across the water from here. Where's that little fella over? Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, these appear to be very little activity. There appears to be very little activity. alllll. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defences, but we've been afforded no protection out there. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hainish favourites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, alllll, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Mattia, and I'm here to see alllll. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with alllll too, did you? I'm Mattia, a fisherman of alllll, a nearby village. I sell my cash to alllll, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're a great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with alllll, and I can't talk to customers without getting my tongue turned twisted. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. We'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlumad. I will observe you and learn. Okay. You can leave. Okay, so we're leaving people. Okay. Follow me. Never mind. Yes. Greetings, friend. How are you? Greetings to you. Suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. No place like home. Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave, nothing to a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meal, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Ah, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallow cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Okay. That was fish number 1. Where was fish number 2? 20. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some, Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra Shmamra. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. You sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled. And I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have achiali sardines? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, and if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. I should probably attune to this one. Travel down whenever I want. How does it even look? It looks okay. That's near. So where is so it's in by South Command. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, my stomach. Ugh. Easy sickness. No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Take it easier, eat more, baby your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can, the better to be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. Okay, too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something in our relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to here. God damn it. Bazama. Asshole. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversation skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day fiddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Calzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matia. Calzal, and have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsu. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters have my weakness. How's Alan? Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage, somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please, take care on the road. What? Finish this. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a ticket or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Toloforoi. Right, I might just leave this right here. Yeah, I'm going to leave this right here and come back to this tomorrow. It is now 20 past 10.